2021. This is the Finance Committee meeting. At this time, I just want to acknowledge all the city councilors who are present. Uh, President Pro Tem Nartates, Councilor Dice, Councilor Burke. Let me see who else I have here. Councilor Goodwin and Councilor Booker Jr. And I think that's it right now. So we have 6 in attendance. Right.
President,
Yes.
Counselor Sadi is here. His
Oh.
iPad is up.
Okay. All right. Councilor Sadi is also present. So all 7 councilors are here. And also we have in our midst, we have Mayor Michael Pastor is also present. So let me just read the logistics and we'll get started real quick, okay? So due to the ongoing national and state public health emergency caused by the global coronavirus pandemic, City of New London public meetings will be held virtually. Okay. Meeting agendas can be found at www.newlondonct.org. An audio recording of this meeting will be posted on the city website within 7 days of the meeting. Okay. Public comment may be submitted in writing to jstarts@newlondonct.org. If you prefer, you may sign up to speak at the following link on the City of New London website, newlondonct.org/live-stream. This link will bring you to a fillable form where you may submit your name and you will be added to the public comment list and called on via Zoom during the public comment portion of the meeting. Public comment must be submitted in writing or your name submitted on a fillable sign-up form on the city website at least 15 minutes prior to the scheduled start time of the meeting. Please include your address in your written public comment submission. Okay, so at this time, again, I want to welcome everyone to our Finance Committee meeting. Tonight, we have a presentation that's going to happen shortly. First of all, let me go to public comment. There is no public comment. And right now we'll go right into the presentation. So we have a presentation that's going to be given by Hearing Your Voices. So at this time, not sure who is in charge, if it's Shanaika or so the floor is yours. So let me just say this quickly before we start. This is a presentation and it's going to be a listening presentation. Okay, so we're here to listen. So you may go ahead and proceed.
Will I be able to share my screen?
Yes. Can you?
No, it says it's disabled.
Okay, let me get Dan.
You
Dan,
can now.
Yep, go ahead.
All right, thank you. All right, good evening, everyone. As President Dominguez said, my name is Shanaika Farias. I am a community youth organizer from Hearing Your Voices. And I have actually been organizing in New London since I was 15. So I take everything that happens in New London very seriously in the way that our people are getting taken care of. And also, as someone who hopes to one day be a politician, really likes to the opportunity to be able to hold our elected officials accountable for the platforms that they use when they were running and for the promises that they make to our community. So we're here today with many of other organizations. These are some of the organizations that have been very active within this movement of the People's Budget. And this is not the only people who have been participating. This is some of the ones who are most active. But as we know, over 8,000 people signed on to a petition this summer. So we're really here to remind our city councilors and the mayor of what the people are calling for and what we need to start prioritizing, especially with the budget season coming up, that we know he will be proposing his first draft very soon. We have many people in the room today, like people who are just coming to support us as a participant. We welcome you and we say thank you for supporting this cause and for being a part of this movement as well. So before we get started, we'll be taking some time to go over our demands that some councilors here today had signed onto, and our state representative, Officer Nolan, as well, are some of the few people who have signed onto our demands. And as we go forward, I really want us to take the time, as we like to compare New London to other towns as well in Connecticut. So I really want us to take some time to look at the statistics of comparing New London, our communities, to some of the towns nearby who are the same population, around the same population as New London as well. And as I mentioned, accountability, to really hold some of us accountable for our words. I believe that words have a lot of power. And there are certain things we should not be promising to our community members if we can't be held accountable for those. And last but not least, we have an amazing report that's usually done by the Health Improvement Collaborative of Southeastern Connecticut. And this report is actually fairly new, from 2019. I'm going to walk us through, and my colleagues will be walking us through some of the important factors that we should know. So.
Shanika, this is President Dominguez. Let me just interrupt you real quick. So make sure that whoever your colleagues going to be, make sure that they state their name, and then they can proceed, okay? Because we want everything on record. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yep,
and
you're
now,
welcome.
without further ado, I'm going to introduce my colleague, Denise.
Thank you, Shanika. Yes, what I'm going to be presenting is that 35% of the New London Police Department 2020 budget be invested into services that support New London residents who are Black, brown, and poor. These are our demands that we had stated, and that's one of them. The second one is an additional 1 million be immediately reallocated from New London Police Department 2020 budget to New London Public Schools. The third one is that New London Police Department demilitarize immediately. Fourth, that community members have oversight on the police union contract. Fifth, that the New London Police Community Relations Committee be abolished and replaced with an independent community police review board. 7, the removal of the Colombo statue at the intersection of Howard and Bank Street. And 8, that the New London Police Department undergo training to learn about the reality of anti-Black racism. 9, there be fines according to your income. And 10, those who get arrested for petty offenses not go to court, but instead undergo community service. Our demands are clear. Well, our demands are clear, and it's time to invest in our community by creating a municipal budget that reflects the values of our people.
Absolutely. Thank you, Shanika. Sorry, I was muted. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Shanika. Thank you, Denise. Thank you, everyone who's here tonight in support. Thank you, City Council. My name is Maya Shepard. I'm the organizing director with Hearing Youth Voices. I live at 72 Vauxhall Street. And what I want to talk to you about tonight is really to paint the picture around what's at stake here, right? And how many people have engaged with our campaign in relation to how many people have showed up, voted, and elected all of
Maya, you're on mute right now.
Okay. Did y'all?
This is President Dominguez. You muted yourself again, Maya. Just touch it once, maybe, and that's it. After, go ahead.
Oh no.
There.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you right now.
Okay, were you able to hear anything I said so far or no?
We got with the gathering of the petitions, that's about it from that part.
Yes, okay,
Yep.
great, thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
So what I want to name is that in the last election, Mayor Passero, you received 2,063 votes, right? The people came together, they elected you. Councilor Sadi, you received 2,178 votes. Councilor Booker, 2,010. Councilor Dominguez, 1,998. Councilor Burke, 1,967. Councilor Natartez, 1,891. Councilor Goodwin, 1,801. Councilor Diaz, 1,780. All of those people came out, they elected you to honor their needs, right? And this doesn't even, really the amount of votes pales in comparison to how many people actually live in New London, right? Like we look at these votes and we're like, so many people are missing in these numbers. And I would say something to do with that is the lack of trust people have in these demographic systems, right? People are too busy taking care of their families, right? Struggling to worry about voting, especially if they can't trust the system to honor their needs. So I'm speaking to you today because I want you to consider the place that we are politically. Inauguration Day is tomorrow. We have the opportunity to step into a different political landscape. So I'm asking you to stand on your purpose, to honor the needs of the people. That is why you exist. And I'm asking you to stand on your politics. You all campaigned as a council of the people, right? You look like us, right? You come from the same place. So I'm asking you to stand on that tonight. And so are 8,348 people. Thank you.
Hello, this is Denise Boyd again, and thank you, Maya. As I was saying, our demands are clear. It's time to invest in our community by creating a budget that reflects the values of our people. In order to create a robust public safety infrastructure, the city of New London must be empowered to determine the most effective composition of community services required to address residents' needs. Whose budget will support all community members to thrive, not just survive.
I'm going to take a minute to allow all of you to focus on these numbers right here on the screen. New London, look at New London, look at Cheshire, look at East Haven, look at Newtown. Take a moment to really sorry, can someone put themselves on mute? Take a moment to really thank you. Look at New London and really meditate on those numbers right now. Because I don't know about some of you here right now, but when I look at these numbers, I was extremely disgusted. New London have the smallest, like the lower number of population, and yet a police budget is almost doubled, like most of this town here. And our police force is almost double that amount as well. And is this really the community that we want to be? And I couldn't help but wonder, why is it that New London specifically have the most police officers and are spending the most on our police force? Like when we look at our public safety, which is the police and fire, like why is it that we're spending so much more money compared to these towns who are still considered to be safe, who are still considered to be effective in meeting their community needs? So I remember this summer when Mayor Passero and the chief of police was interviewed, they were so quick to talk about our demographic in New London. So why is it the people, the BIPOC people in New London are the ones that needs to be policed the most compared to everyone else in other towns? So what are we actually saying about our community members? Are we being policed more because of our demographics? Like, is that what we're saying? Because why is it that a town of 26,000 people deserves to have 75 police officers? That number doesn't make sense to me, and it's not clear. And if other towns are doing it, why can't we? Why can't we find a way to also change that? What is so different about us that our people needs to be not being handled with care like other communities? These numbers really does not make sense to me, and I was just really just disgusted when I saw these numbers. And when we look at what is approved even for the 2019, 2020, and for 2020, 2021 for some of these towns, like their numbers are still lower than ours. So I'm bringing this number up because I know the mayor will be presenting his first draft of the budget very soon. So what are you going to do about these numbers? What changes are you going to make? Because if we were so close and so fast to declare racism as a public health crisis, but when it comes to do what is needed to make sure that our community members are safe, we're not taking those steps. It's so much more than posting a Facebook post. It's so much more than showing up to an event. It's about actually making the policy changes that are required to make our community feel safe.
Thank you, Shanika. Before we hop to the well-being, I wanted to talk accountability for a moment. Thank you, everyone.
Just
So-
make sure you state your name again, okay? Every time you guys
Yes.
speak, you have to state your name. I'm sorry, but that's how
Right.
it is, okay? Go ahead.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Maya Shepherd. Do I need to say my address too, or just my name?
No, just your name. It's fine.
Okay, great. Hi, Maya Shepherd, everyone. It's me again. I want to talk to a few members of the council around, honoring the words and honoring what you have said to your community. So President Dominguez, on July 20th, you said around policing, I respect what you were saying, but we have had an issue in the police department for years. There has not been accountability across the board. I don't want to throw out a blanket statement like that. All cops are the best. We have heard many speak about issues they have dealt with. I know that if we use this money, we can put it into social services. We need to make sure our cops are held accountable and that they are doing what they are supposed to be doing. That was July 20th in a city council meeting. You said it, right? Like this money can be used, right? When we think about our budget, what are we really investing in? The quote is very clear, so thank you. Next, I want to talk to, I don't know if Councilmember Natartez is present, but what they said was, I agree with Councilor Goodwin and Burke challenging the study that was done in 2007. We need to formally request to have another study done to verify whether the number 80 is realistic. We can do that. I plan on pursuing that. The CAM tonight is a grant to provide us with 6 police officers at zero cost. This is millions of dollars the taxpayers won't have to pay and money we can allocate in other needs of the city. For that reason, I will support this. It makes financial sense to me. The reason why I pull this out is around the financial piece. And I want to ask us all, is it really at no cost to the people? Will taxpayers really not be responsible in paying the bill for these police officers that were added to the force? That is a real question I have, because I don't know that that is the truth. And I don't know that what we've been told is actually what will come to fruition. So I'm hoping that the answer is no, but it doesn't seem like that's the way it's set up. So I just want to highlight these 2 points around honoring what we're saying to our people, to our community. If the facts are known, how are our actions aligning with what we said and what we've done? And with that, I'll pass it to you, Shanika.
Shanika speaking. And I thank you, Maya. I also wanted to take us back to when Mayor Passero was a council member and in the city council. And today we submitted an ordinance reappeal, which we're not going to get so much into, to really look at what Councilor Natartez stated for us to revisit. And I want to remind us that according to the minutes, Mayor Passero was the person who is now the mayor as a city council member. He is the one that initially proposed that ordinance change from the city charter. I really want that information to be known to the councilors, right, who are our councilors right now, and our community members who are here. We're saying it's impossible for us to stop hiring so many police officers because the city charter says we have to hire 80 of them. That's the limit. But yet, when we look at the minutes, Mayor Passero is the one as a council member who proposed this ordinance change and fought for it to get it passed. So I just want us to be aware of that and think of this. And when that ordinance change was proposed to hire more police officers, Anthony Nolan, who's now our state rep, he asked the question, at what cost will this be to the community members to hire more police officers? And that question was never answered. I went back and forth. I read all the minutes from 2014, from 2007. I read all of them. And that question was never brought back. We never came back around that question. And now, fast forward 2021, our community members are still asking the same question. We did not bring the community members into this conversation. We did not ask them for their opinions. We just made that decision because Mayor Passero, as a council members, brought it up. So I just want us to think for a minute. Now we're gonna get back more into some of the research that was done recently, 2018, 2019, by the Community Health Collaborative that I mentioned earlier. Every time I look at the data, any data that is presented, New London is always showing some of the worst possible numbers. Now, I assume that all of us who are in an elected position right now, you decided to run because you care about the people, correct? You say you care about the people, you want them to do better, you want New London to be a better place. At least as an organizer, that's what I want. Like, and I think that's the one thing we can both agree on. Like, we both want a better New London. But if every year, the people who are qualified are doing this research and are presenting us with these numbers, what are we doing with them? This is public information. It is presented and brought to our elected officials. When we look at people who are reporting that they feel like they have an excellent or very good well-being when it comes to their health, only 51% of New London is saying that. So what are we saying about the other 49%? Are we saying that they don't matter? Are we saying that we don't care about them? Are we reaching out to those people? What are we doing with these numbers? Because the data is here. And New London continues to be one of the worst statistics. And when we take a look at life expectancy in New London, you can all see what this is saying here. New London is also, again, one of the worst. Our people are dying like faster. Our people are dying younger than all these other towns in the New London County area. Why is that? And why aren't we considering this data when it comes to time to vote on a budget every year? We don't look at these data. We don't look at these facts. So when all of these organizations come together and we say that we want a budget that reflects the people, the value of the people in New London, this is what we mean. These are the numbers that we are referring to. These are the data that we're looking at and that everyone else is also looking at. And we can't continue to have New London be one of the worst That's not who we are. New London is so much better than that and has so much potential to be so much greater.
Thank you, Shaneka. This is Denise Boyd again. Based on our research on mental health, percentage of overall population reporting depression and anxiety, well-being survey of 2018, depression and anxiety disproportionately impact people of color in the region, and there are not adequate cultural appropriate services to accommodate the need. And depression, when you look at depression in Connecticut overall, is 30%. The anxiety is 12%. Non-whites is 42%, where whites are 28%. And same thing with anxiety. Non-whites is 18%, whites is 10%. And there's a lot of people who are affected by what's going on with this, because I'm one of those people, and I know there's a lot more besides me, but my personal experience with mental health happened after I had a stroke in 2015. And I lost like brain cells on my left side of the brain. And after that, like I really couldn't control my emotions. Like I was always crying, whatever. Depressed, had a lot of anxiety, which I still do have, the anxiety part. But when I first reached out for mental health, it really I really tried to work with it because I needed it. In the first outreach program that I got into, it was a great program, intensive outpatient therapy. It was a great program and helped me a lot, but there was problems with that. Like there was a problem with me attending the class after attending it for 2 weeks, because the state approved medical marijuana, and I was using that for my PSTD. But when I got in the program, which approved me, knowing that I had medical marijuana, it was like a big problem 2 weeks later because of their policies or laws or whatever. And it's not fitting to most of our people of color. Like they want us to use mental health services, but they're not accommodating us even after, they say they will. So I had that problem personally myself, dealing with mental health for the first time, like going for outreach for help rather than do it. Most of the people I know of color, we don't get professional care for that reason. So really it is a problem, and we need to spend more money into fixing these little problems, because like to this day, I still do not get any mental health services in New London, because I don't think it's worth all the trouble that you go through. And then they say one thing and do another. So it is really a big problem. And I'm sure it's a problem for a lot of people, because I speak to a lot of people in the community and I get a similar feedback from them. So that's my personal experience.
Yeah, this is President Dominguez speaking. Thank you. Let me just, guys, I'm gonna recess the Finance Committee meeting, and then we'll open up the council meeting, and then we'll come back to the Finance Committee meeting. Okay. So can I get a motion to recess from somebody?
Motion to recess the meeting.
Thank you,
This
Councilor
is Counselor
Goodwin.
Dice. I second that motion.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're gonna recess, and now we're gonna go to open up the council meeting, and then right
Are you,
after that.
are you gonna vote on that motion, sir?
Yes. I just want to explain first so everyone will know. But thank you, Councilor Sadi. So we're gonna recess. We're gonna vote on it. We open up the council meeting. Then we'll come back, all right, and reconvene on the Finance Committee. So just stay tuned real quick, okay? All right, let's vote on that to recess the Finance Committee. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed say nay. Okay, so motion carries. All right, let's begin. Open up our council meeting at this time. Again, let me just quickly welcome everyone to tonight's City Council meeting. Again, I mean, I don't know if it should I just read everything again, do the whole thing and then just, yeah, we do. Let me have City Clerk Ayala, please do the roll call for us, please.
President Dominguez,
Present.
President Pro Temp Natartez,
Present.
Council Goodwin, Council Goodwin. I know he's
He
present. I
is here,
saw him.
he's here.
I
I
see
think
him.
he's
Yeah, I
muted.
see him.
Present.
All right. so
Council
thank you.
Sadai,
Here.
Council Booker Jr.,
Present.
Council Dice,
Present.
and Council Burke.
Present.
All present.
Okay. All right. So let me quickly just read the logistics. Due to the ongoing national and state public health emergency caused by the global coronavirus pandemic, City of New London public meetings will be held virtually. Meeting agendas can be found at www.newlondonct.org. An audio recording of this meeting will be posted on the city website within 7 days of the meeting. Public comments may be submitted in writing to jstarts@newlondonct.org. If you prefer, you may sign up to speak at the following link on the City of New London website, newlondonct.org/live-stream. This link will bring you to a fillable form where you may submit your name and you will be added to the public comment list and called on via Zoom during the public comment portion of the meeting. Public comment must be submitted in writing or your name submitted on the fillable sign-up form on the city website at least 15 minutes prior to the scheduled start of the meeting. Please include your address in your written public comment submission. All right. So at this time, I'm going to ask for a motion so we can return back to the Finance Committee.
This is Councilor Burke. Move to recess the city council meeting.
Okay. Can I have a second?
Counselor Dice, second.
Thank you. All right. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. And those opposed say nay. Okay, so now we go back. This is President Dominguez. I'll give you those 10 minutes. Shanika, you may proceed.
Thank you.
welcome.
I believe we stopped on the access to care for our New London community. As we look at the numbers again, and I know we're running out of time, so I'm just going to give like a quicker summary of all of these. But again, as we look at the numbers of the ER visit, like dental and postponed Medicare, we see that the New London numbers continues to be the highest one compared to all of even the greater New London and Connecticut. We continue to see that New London is the one suffering most from these statistics. So recognizing that our people, they are reporting out that they need help, and they are reporting out that we can do more, but they're just not, the resources are just not there for them, and they're just not considered when we think about like the budget and when we talk about that. So just think about that as well. We can't continue to say that we don't know. We do know the numbers are there. So it's just a matter of like how much are we paying attention and how much are we actually showing that we care. And also when we look at just like exercise continuously with just like people's well-being in general from the survey as well. Our people are suffering from diabetes, mental health, which we mentioned earlier, and like obesity and all of that is affecting our people. So we have to think of our people's health and their well-being, because they, again, like they are screaming that they need help. So I'm here to ask the counselors, and I'm here to ask the mayor, who is supposed to be here to care for our people, to respond to our people's needs. What are you going to do when you propose the new budget, when you present the new budget, to really think about these numbers and those 39% and 35% of people from 2019 to 2015, 2019 who are saying 2018, sorry, who are saying, reporting these numbers. And as we look from 2015 to 2018, as we can see in the graphics right here, the numbers are only increasing. So we can only imagine now with two crazy pandemic going on, racism and COVID, how much these numbers have increased from 2018 till now. So the numbers are not getting any better. They're not lowering. So it's time that we decide to do something about that. It's time that we start listening to our community members. And I have been actually pretty disappointed and pretty upset at the fact that, like, even after we have submitted our demands this summer, and we have tried to give the research, especially to Mayor Passero, we are seeing that, like, there hasn't been any response from his part about how much he's listening to the people and how much he's actually caring. So that's just a bit concerning and a bit frustrating, because it's just like to see that the people are speaking and they're not even being considered. Yeah, so the people's budget will continue. The movement continues. It doesn't stop here. It doesn't stop now. Whether if we were listening to us, if you guys are listening to us or not, we will continue to voice our opinion and voice our research. And we saw it, all of you saw it this summer when thousands and thousands of New London residents came out and marched and protest and speak, like, really talked about what they needed and what they needed New London to do. They sent out thousands of emails to all of you. They've had conversation with a lot of you. So what are you going to do with these information? Since July 20th, all of you made a promise and discussed, you were voting for this grant to increase the police force, and you were going to look at that ordinance in the charter of, like, why it is that we are requiring 80 police officers. And now today we present you with numbers and facts of how many datas are out there by our own people, showing that our people are screaming for help, and screaming that New London start prioritizing the people's needs before we start prioritizing money first. So really want to tell us that, like, we will continue the movement, we'll continue the fight, and we hope that when the budget season comes, when the mayor presents his first draft of the budget, that it is reflective of the people's values, and is reflective of the people who are here today, that is reflective of the people who marched and protested this summer for changes in New London. And we thank you all for your time and for the opportunity to be here tonight with all of you to present some of our findings. And please be on the lookout for the ordinance repeal that was sent today, and hopefully be able to hear back from all of you soon. Thank you.
Yep, this is President Dominguez. Thank you, Shanika, Denise, and Maya, and you hearing your voices for your presentation this evening at the Finance Committee meeting. At this time, I'm going to look for a motion to adjourn.
This is Counselor Dice, a motion to adjourn.
Okay, can I have a second?
Counselor Booker, second.
Okay, and all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Okay, the motion carries. Thank you. And now we'll reconvene back at the City Council meeting. Okay, at this time, I'm going to ask Councilor Sadi. You have the prayer and pledge, sir.
Counselor Sadi,
Counselor,
you
yep,
are muted.
Yep. Thank you, Councilor.
This
Thanks,
is
Counselor
Counselor
Dice.
Dice.
First of all, I would like to ask everybody to join me in a moment of silence in consideration of all the hundreds of thousands of people in our great nation that have passed due to this coronavirus pandemic. I would then like to thank the good Lord Jesus Christ for allowing us to move forward. We are entering a new era. Tomorrow, we will be inaugurating a new president, hopefully new hope, new leadership to lead us through this pandemic and to give us guidance so as to take care of all of our brothers and sisters in this trying time. Dear Lord, again, with new leadership, please guide them as you have done in the past with everybody. Through this, Lord, amen. At this point in time, please join me in standing to repeat the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance, thank you for putting the flag up. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I would like at this point in time to call upon Council President Dominguez for his help in repeating this pledge in Spanish.
President Dominguez, prometo lealtad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América, a la república que representa una nación ante Dios indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos.
Thank you very much.
Okay. This is President Dominguez. Please make sure that you're muted, everyone, unless you have been given the opportunity to speak, and then just make sure that any noises that we can make sure they stay silent. All right, with that said, let me go right into President Pro Tem. Can you please read the vacancies for the boards and agencies that we have that are vacant?
Yes, thank you for reminding me.
You're welcome.
So we're going to do this once a month. This is President Pro Tem Hurtado. These are boards and agencies that currently have vacancies. So I'll be calling out the name of the committee and how many vacancies are on that. So on the Beautification Committee, we have 3 vacancies. The Citizens Advisory Committee, we have 2 regular member vacancies and 1 alternate member vacancy. On the Economic Development Commission, we have 3 regular member vacancies, council appoint, and 1 non-voting member, which is a mayoral appointment. Foreign Trade, there's 2 vacancies. Historic District Commission, we've got 1 regular member vacancy and 3 alternate member vacancies. Inland Wetland Conservation Commission, there's 1 alternate opened up. That is a mayor appointed position. We've got the Pedestrian Advisory Committee with 3 vacancies. P&Z, Planning and Zoning Commission, we've got 1 alternate position open. On the PCRC, we have 1 vacancy representing education. On the Port Authority, we have 1 vacancy that the mayor appoints. Senior Affairs Commission, 3 vacancies. Sustainability Team, 2 vacancies. And the Zoning Boards of Appeal, we have 1 regular member vacancy. Thank you, Dominguez, President Dominguez. And anybody who wants to apply or knows somebody who wants to apply can simply fill out an application form, contact the city clerk, because as we know with COVID, we have restricted hours, and that application goes to the city clerk's office, and then it is forwarded to all city council members once it's date stamped and processed.
Thank you. This is President Dominguez. And just to add also, the application can also be found in the New London government website. All right, it's there, and then you can submit it. So thank you again, President Pro Tem Hurtado. This time we'll move into 3.0. There's no public hearings. 4.0 minutes of the previous meeting. Can I have a motion? Go ahead, Councilor Sadi.
I'd like to make a motion that this council approve the minutes of the regular meeting of January 4th, 2021. This is Councilor Sadi.
Okay,
This is Counselor Dice. I second that motion.
it's been seconded. All right. Any omissions added on? Okay, seeing none. All right. Okay, so let's vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those
Aye.
opposed say nay. Okay, the motion carries. Thank you very much. Let's go to 5.0, public comment. I think we had, you know what, Jenny? I think you
Yep.
just said 1 person, right, was it?
There's actually 4 now.
Oh, okay,
Yep.
all right.
Do you want
So
me to
the
read
first
the
one, the first one that you sent me was one to be read, or is it?
Yeah, the first one's to be read.
All right, so I'll do that one. I'll do that, and then you can we can proceed and call the rest of them. Okay, so just bear with me, guys. I just. All right. Okay. All right. So the first. Okay. So again, let me just say, public comment is now. So once you are called upon, make sure you please state your name, first and last name, and then your address, and then you'll be given it 3 minutes to speak. All right. So at this time, all right, let me see. The first one that I have is Ranjit Matthews, 119 Huntington Street. All right. His comment is, I am wholly in support of reimagining a people's budget which centers people instead of money. Okay. And now, here we go. All right. Next we have, okay, Alicia McAvey. Go ahead. And City Clerk Ayala will let you know when you have 30 seconds left, okay? Out of those 3 minutes. You may proceed.
Thank you. My name is Alicia McAvey. I live at 38 Lincoln Avenue. And as most of you know, I'm also the director of Fresh New London. I'm here tonight to wear both hats. I'm also here tonight to speak about 2 letters and communications to the council, one of which I'm not sure you got because it was sent today by Frida Berrigan to Director Sears of Public Works. And it's just to thank Public Works and the Senior Center for putting resources towards our Friday food delivery program, which is a part of a COVID relief delivery food pantry. Just as an example of how much we're doing, last week, City Partners helped pick up 7,000 pounds of food. And then we packed that up at the Senior Center, and with the Senior Center van and other drivers and lots of volunteers and partners, we got that food out to 174 families who wouldn't otherwise be able to access a food pantry. And that's impacting 541 New London residents. The program has lots of partners, like I mentioned. It's Fresh New London, the Health Improvement Collaborative, Con College, L&M, Ledgelight, Hearing Youth Voices, and the city. And honestly, like, we could not do this without the help of Public Works and the drivers at the Senior Center in the space. So we just appreciate that. I'm also here tonight to ask you to repeal the ordinance that requires the New London Police Department to staff 80 officers. It might seem that these 2 letters are different, but I see them being completely tied together. Thank you to Hearing Youth Voices for the research that you presented in the letter, in the campaign this summer, and just now during the presentation. Like, now we know that other cities that have similar size and population have a much less police presence, like East Haven, which I was very surprised to see has almost half the budget that our police department does, Stamford and New Britain. I do not believe that New London needs a bigger police presence than any of these cities. We also know that we currently have less than 80 officers, which means that in order to expand that department and meet the charter, we have to expand the resources we're putting towards police and make that department even bigger than the $12 million budget. As I live and work in this city, I work with a lot of departments and see a lot of hardworking people working on a shoestring budget. I see a human services department of 2, a stretched Public Works department that was working everywhere, Senior Center and Park and Rec responding to COVID needs.
This is President Dominguez. Oh,
and
okay.
paraprofessionals, all they can during COVID. Oh, can you hear me? Oh, I'm sorry. Did I freeze?
Yeah, we're losing you a little bit there. Oh, go ahead. You're back. You're back.
Okay, well,
there.
I was just saying basically that we have some hardworking people, paraprofessionals and school food folks that are impacting families, and they are not making a living wage. That's where I want to see my tax dollars invested, in those social services and in those departments for them to expand. That would make me and my family feel safe. In July, you voted to declare racism a public health issue, and I fully supported that, knowing that there would be action behind it. And this is one of those actions. Supporting the people's budget and repealing this ordinance is an action that would make the lives of Black and brown families healthier and safer. And we've seen the research. We've seen the research about the disparities, and we've seen the research about the solutions. So I ask you all as counselors, please repeal this ordinance and please support the people.
Okay, this is President Dominguez. Thank you, Alicia. The next person will be Karen Paul. This is President Dominguez. Then I think she probably wanted the phone number. Oh, maybe
Yeah,
she's-
no, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead.
Karen Paul, 281 State Street. I just wanted to thank Alicia. First of all, I hope you are all well and healthy and good. Then I would like to thank Alicia for her comments on the fresh being involved in the produce and the food deliveries that we get on Friday. That's what a wonderful program, and I'm so happy that it can be that we can use the senior center for that project. I'd also like to thank Alma for giving us the list of all the vacancies on the boards and agencies and commissions. Thank you, Alma. And COVID vaccine. Now, we just spoke about the food pantry that's coming out of the senior center on Fridays. I know that tomorrow there's a blood drive by the Red Cross at the senior center. So why can we not, and I know that it's daily changing with this COVID vaccine, but why can we not have CVS or one of the pharmacies or someone come to the senior center and bring the seniors, especially those over 75, for vaccines? I personally, because I live in senior housing and we got our shots last Sunday. But I think the city needs to work, and I would appreciate the city working on figuring out a way to get the seniors that live independently to the senior center to get a vaccine. Other than that, I wish you all health and wellness and have a good evening. Thank you.
This is President Dominguez. Karen Paul, can you state your name and address? Because you forgot to do that.
Oh, I thought I did.
No.
Sorry. Oh, you
That's
know what?
okay.
I probably did that. I probably did that when I was still unmuted. Karen Paul, 281 State Street.
All right. Thank you, Karen Paul. This is President
Sorry.
Dominguez. That's okay. No,
Thank you.
We just need it for the record. Thank you very much.
Yep. Gotcha.
All right. Have a good evening. All right. Next person will be, hold on. I just had it here. Sorry, Mike. Bailey Howard.
Hi, Bailey Howard, 1107 Ocean Avenue. So I just wanted to say thanks. First, thanks for taking the time tonight to listen to everyone's thoughts during the Finance Committee. I thought that presentation was phenomenal. And thank you to Shanika and the HYV team for their research and their contribution to trying to reimagine how we can keep our city and residents safe. That is true safety for everybody. The earlier presentation, I think, was an excellent summary of how and why we need to do things differently. And as other people have noted, that comparison to cities like East Haven, that's really some solid evidence. And I know that there's gonna be some pushback on that. So I did some digging and looked at the demographics, and the biggest difference between us and East Haven, just before we hear that pushback, is poverty and percentage of Black residents, right? But it does not take more police officers to really solve the roots of poverty-related issues in our community. It takes social services, mental health care, housing, things like that. So this isn't a matter of having to agree with everyone on every issue. I think it's really more about being realistic that throwing money towards our police department hasn't met the needs of our community. We know that, we can see that, and we're a small city that has the potential to really listen deeply to our citizens and pilot something new and innovative. I think we really need to kind of own that comparison to these other cities and recognize what we're doing differently is over policing of poor and Black and brown people, right? if there's some other glaring difference between the communities that have been compared, I really hope it comes to light. But from all the research that's been presented, I think we need to own up to the fact that we're throwing more police at problems that actually need to be solved with social services. So thank you for listening. I think listening has been step one. Taking a public stance as an anti-racist community is maybe step two. And now here we are arriving at this moment of truth, hoping that this is the council, like was stated in the last meeting, that is really reflective of the community and ready to step up and do something different. So I hope we follow through on the promises and all the ideas that have been thrown around. This is still a council that has all of that potential. And now we're just waiting and hoping that we see that action occur. So thank you.
This is President Dominguez. Thank you, Bailey. At this time, that was the last person on the list. I will proceed with petitions. There are no petitions. And now we will continue with response to public comment. Any counselor that wishes to respond to public comment at this time? Councilor Sadi. Unmute yourself, sir. You're muted.
First, although it was during the Finance Committee, the young ladies that did the presentation, as we've heard already, excellent job. The information was good, and it's glad to see that people are willing to do hard work to support their own convictions. Likewise, for the people that have spoke about the amount of money spent on police and fire as opposed to other departments. Again, not that I'm one in favor of raising taxes, but I've argued for a long time that there's many other departments in this city that are underfunded, one of them being Public Works, which was mentioned. Again, thank you all for coming out, doing your presentation, and then for those who did speak. Thank you. This is Councilor John Sadi.
Thank you. This is President Dominguez. Councilor Burke.
Thank you very much, President Dominguez, and thank you very much to all the public speakers who came out to City Council tonight, to Alicia McAvey and delivering that response from the email from Frida Berrigan. I just want to thank you for shouting out our Public Works Department employees, particularly at this time. Obviously, we're all in a tough situation coming together as a community to deliver good for our neighbors. And as I'm sure a lot of you have heard about or read in the paper, that our Public Works Department employees have been going through a lot and, quite frankly, in my opinion, doing a tremendous job while being very shorthanded. Which leads me into the point of tending to agree when it comes into budgetary discussions on how we could rework or reimagine the way some of our city resources are implemented. So thank you for coming out in solidarity with this proposal that you've set forth on eliminating the 80 officer ordinance. Without getting into great detail, I can just say, for sure that I agree that I've spoken on this in the past, that I haven't seen any data that number is any less than arbitrary. There was a study done a long time ago, and especially considering some of the data that we looked at tonight, I'm going to do some of my own research to verify that. But just thanks so much for coming out, and thank you for helping us start this dialogue now, as we take a progressive and proactive approach to this budget season, which I know, President Dominguez has, been proactive in the formulation of the, new budget committee this year. So I look forward to us continuing this dialogue from the process from now until the end of the financial year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Burke. At this time, I'm going to call on President Pro Tem Renatates.
Thank you, President Dominguez. And, I want to thank the group that put this PowerPoint together, because at your age, I did not have the courage to go on a city council and present like that. So thank you. There's a couple things I want to say about that. As you mentioned, the opening speaker mentioned, that one day she'd like to be a politician, right? And as you go through your personal career, and even if you run for office, you're going to find that the word demand is not a collaborating demand, a word. Demand does not mean collaboration. Demand is a word that leaders don't often use because it does not invoke respectful dialogue. So although a lot of the things that was presented and a lot of the things, my name was up on the screen, I actually stand by my words. I do believe that 80 is an unrealistic number for our police department. But I do hope that we can communicate with one another without using the word demands, because demands to me is not, it just doesn't sound like we want to sit at the same table and have a respectful dialogue, even though I continue to support a lot of the things that are on that list, and I will continue to support that. I do hope that we can go a step further. And so thank you for putting that presentation together. This is a different council. I'm going to end with that. There's never been a council like this. There's never been a council with this amount of diversity, with this amount of different different backgrounds, different opinions. And I think that is going to make a difference in how we're going to address the budget, how we're going to make decisions around this police department 80 count. And there are many, many things that are happening behind the scenes that a lot of you don't even know about, like the independent committee that President Dominguez has put together with the budget. We are working behind the scenes with Board of Ed and others to look at what are the community needs. And so we are doing a lot of things on that list, a lot of things in the community, even though we don't talk about it on every single meeting, we take the time to look at what truly does our community need. So once again, thank you. And I hope that we can continue, talking about community needs, right? Thank you, President Dominguez.
You're welcome. This is President Dominguez. Any other, Councilor Dice?
This is Counselor Dice speaking. And first of all, I do want to acknowledge how much I appreciate how our community worked together. And Alicia McAvey, hopefully I'm pronouncing your name correctly, how she showed how the different organizations work together to make sure food is out there. What I like to say to the young adults that did the presentation, it takes a lot of courage to stand up for your convictions, and you guys been doing it for throughout the summer, and that right there I'm very thankful for. I would like to, as we're reimagine, I want to encourage us to think about some of our community partners that can fill those gaps of sound community, safe future. How are we utilizing our community partners to have an impact, to be supportive, to help with the mental health, the domestic violence? So as we look at what you just showed about the disparity in our area, and one of the things that I want people to understand is that New London supports so many other organizations with our social service programming. So when we look at Greater New London, you're looking at how we're supporting Waterford with the homeless hospitality population, how we supporting Groton, how we supporting Norwich. I just think that's important because New London supports so many surrounding organizations, and we partner. So New London is a little bit more regional, and because we provide that support. So I just want to encourage you to go forward as we look and we compare, but our situation just a little bit different because we support more just our local New London residents. So just wanted to make mindful of that, but just want to continue to encourage you to go forward to, but also know that we're working on this side to look at different things to really to make sure that everyone is supportive. And I appreciate President Pro Tem sharing that some things are done behind the scene. And I appreciate the counselors that I'm working with, because we all come from different parts of New London and have different experience. I feel that we put that in to make sure that everyone is spoken for. So thank you again for everyone who has spoken. I'm just looking at, and always, you know, Karen Paul, we always got it, because you always try to keep us on our toes, which I appreciate. And but I do appreciate the fact that you ask how we doing and wishing us great health. And I do so to everyone else. And thank you for caring. This was Councilor Dice speaking. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Dice. This is President Dominguez speaking. Go ahead, Councilor Booker. Councilor Booker Jr.
Right.
Then we'll follow Councilor Goodwin afterwards, okay?
Thank you, President Dominguez. I want to thank you, Shanika. I want to thank Denise and Maya and the HYV team and partners for your passion and courage. And I appreciate you taking the time out to present the presentation with us this evening. And thank you for your involvement in the community and commitment to creating a safe and welcoming city for all of New London residents. I will definitely deliberate over the information you shared this evening. And I also want to thank you all who spoke during public comment this evening. Alicia McAvey, Karen Paul, Bailey Howard. Thank you so much for your commitment, and also for all of you who are in attendance as well. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you all. Thank you. This is Councilor Booker.
This is President Dominguez. Thank you, Councilor Booker. Go ahead, Councilor Goodwin.
Thank you, Council President. I'll try to keep it brief. Thank you to Ms. To Alicia. Thank you for bringing it to our attention about Public Works and the great job they do. They are truly our essential workers. So wish good health and good spirit to them, especially during these COVID times. Karen Paul, thank you for always advocating for the seniors. I was unaware of some of those barriers in terms of COVID, so I'd be interested to following up on those conversations to make sure that you guys have access to the COVID vaccinations or any resources that are available. But just thank you for always continuing to advocate for them. Thank you to Hearing Your Voices for that presentation. It was pretty thorough, but if anything, it was thought-provoking in terms of the dialogue that you guys are continuing. One thing that I hate is when things happen in a vacuum, or they just happen because of circumstance and then it fizzles out. So I'm always happy to continue the conversation on equity. As it relates to the 80 officers ordinance, as I said before, I truly think that we need to re-examine that. Not necessarily just based off of the numbers that you gave us in terms of other cities in comparisons. I think there's some need to do a little bit more digging in cities that truly represent New London in terms of demographics and other variables being regional hubs, et cetera, et cetera. But the idea that we have 80 officers, we need to better understand where that number comes from and if it's relative to the makeup of New London as it exists today and moving forward. I also think having 80 officers is a number that's high for a city this small. It starts to paint a picture of where are we directing our resources and our mission in terms of a city to have 80 officers. Where does that come from? What's the root of the cause to need those 80 officers? And I do believe in a robust plan, but in having a robust plan, it has to be healthy, not only just vigorous, but it has to be a healthy plan. And I don't think anything can happen overnight. Rome wasn't built overnight, nor will our issues with the need for public safety addressing that happen overnight. So with that said, I do believe in the phased approach and making sure that we have a robust plan. Just want to bring it to your attention that on that committee that myself and Council President Dominguez is on, most of these have been addressed and or we are continuously addressing. And you guys, I encourage you guys to join us this Wednesday for that community conversation on our recommendations to the administration, because a lot of these you'll find in your demands, a good 90% have already been addressed. The biggest thing is that 80 ordinance, which we, myself and Councilor Natadas and others have also agreed that we should look into. And then it leaves us to the budget, which I'll end on that. We are in the midst of budget season. I implore you to continue advocating, continue. This doesn't happen overnight. Continue to bring data, continue to bring research, and continue to bring passion so that we can enact actionable plans. But again, please understand that these things do take a phased approach in terms of addressing public safety. But I hope that we can reach those common goals, because I don't think throwing more police to the issue is should be the end result, nor our solution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councilor Goodwin.
Pardon me, Mr.
Yes.
President. This is Councilor Burke. I just want to, Councilor Goodwin, I believe you just misspoke on one thing on that public safety meeting being Wednesday. It's actually Thursday, the 21st at 5:30. So I just want to make sure anyone that was listening, interested in that public meeting, that make sure that they knew the right date. It's this Thursday, the 21st at 5:30.
Councilor Burke, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Burke, thank you. You're always on top of things. Thank you. Appreciate it. Again, this is President Dominguez. I want to thank just all the councilors. Thank you for all the comments. I don't want to be repetitive, but one thing I do want to say, you know what, even though I've heard it, you know what, things don't happen overnight, but things are happening. I just want to make sure that everybody understands the reality of that. Things are happening, whether behind the scenes, whether up front. A lot of the things, you know, and I don't want to be repetitive, but a lot of things that Councilor Goodwin said about the police accountability policy review committee working group. It's a working group. A lot of these things have been dealt for like 8 months. We have gone back and forth. We have invited different people to be part of it, and also has been open to the public, some of the meetings. But the report is out there already. The day published it, it's out there already. A lot of things, but I do appreciate hearing your voices for coming out today for this presentation. One of the things I'm glad that they touched on public works. That's one of the things, you know, I always had questions about, you know, public works is major in a city, major in a city. I've never understood why it got cut. So many workers cut, you know, in years past. And it's something that we're working, trying to rebuild that area. I think, you know what, we want to build every area. There has to be a balance with that. I do stand on my words, what I said about, you know, police. It's a reality. I think we need to hold, you know, every police officer accountable, just like every other employee is held accountable by the employer. I mean, so those are some of the things that, again, they have been worked on, talked about, discussed in the police accountability, and the report is out already. So you'll see it. And lastly, one of the things that I do want to say is collaboration is good. All right. Collaboration. This is what you call collaboration. So I appreciate hearing your voices coming out. I know that I met with them several times. This is not the only time I met with them. I've spoken to them. I went to many of their protests. I was present there. You know, I didn't sign the, you know, their demands, again, because, you know, I want to make sure that the things that I could do that were possible, but that doesn't mean that I don't agree, all right, or that I don't think that they can't be done, right? I am for the people. I want the best for the people and for everyone. The only thing is just gets a little more complicated as you look at everything, you know, but the reality is that I believe that we're moving forward. We're doing a lot of things, as you'll see, as the year progressed. One of the things that it was mentioned about this new joint budgetary working group that I established prior to any of the demands, prior to all that, it was due really because of the many years that I always been at these budget hearings, and there's a fight between the city and the Board of Ed and the residents that, you know what, that we're not doing what we're supposed to do with education. And now, for the first time ever, we have both sides working together, seeing what's happening, and hopefully we'll come up with some recommendations for both the mayor and Superintendent Ritchie. So there are some things that are happening. I believe that, you know what, this council has the vision to get a lot of things done. I know that Mayor Pastor has said a lot of things that he has stated, like the resolution for help me here with the not being, you know, making sure everything is equal for everyone. And of course, you know, a major part of that has been, you know, the name of the police accountability policy review board, you know, to be able to do that. There's a lot of things there that are difficult, but those are the things that have been recommended. And then eventually, you know what, they're out there. And that's something that we're going to work on. So I just want to make sure that everyone understands that we're working on this. That doesn't mean that you can't continue to come and present and give us information, share, because as long as we're respectful to each other, that's fine with me. I mean, I have no problem with that. I just want us to make sure that we are in that same page of collaborating, but also I understand making sure that we are moving things in action. We're doing things. We're not just saying it. So I do appreciate that. I think we see eye to eye on that. So with that said, I am going to close the public comment and we will move on to the next item, which is reports and communications. All right. Director of Law. Does anybody have any questions for Attorney Lodrigan? Okay, Councilor Dice.
This is Counselor Dice speaking, and my question was about number 5, which was about fresh. I'm sorry, I'm going through my paperwork right now. Yes, number 4, excuse me. Number 3649, fresh, a revised draft sublease of community garden. I was just wanted a little bit more information about that.
Sure, this
Oh.
is a turn. And was there something else?
No, excuse me. That was my question. Thank you. Counselor
No
Dice
problem.
speaking.
Okay.
Attorney Jeffrey Londrigan. Yeah, so that is regarding the Fresh Gardens. And as the council knows, we sold the Martin Center last year, and we took back a lease of the space for the senior center, and we also took back a lease for the Fresh Gardens. The prior written agreement between the city and Fresh Gardens expired several years ago. And so what the Office of Development and Planning is doing is memorializing a new written agreement for Fresh, so that we have something in writing and for the years going forward. And so that was just me looking at what was the latest draft proposal that came back from Fresh, answered some of their questions, and got a revised contract agreement lease to ODP, which is making its way back to Fresh.
Okay. This Counselor Dice, thank you. And I do have, through you, President, to Attorney Lodrigan, I do have one more question, which is number 1807, number 4. It's about Mitchell Wood drainage. And I just trying to follow up on that because could you elaborate what this is pertaining?
Sure, Attorney Jeffrey Londrigan again. This is a section of Mitchell Woods between, let's call it Mitchell Woods Pond, and moving sort of southerly behind the tennis courts. There is some water that traverses through that area, and it's led to some flooding issues on some residents on Gardner Circle and also on Gardner Circle itself. The city, we've been working on this for well over a year now. And what we're doing is we're obtaining a formal drainage easement from Mitchell College on Mitchell Woods property to basically divert some of that water to an existing brook. And hopefully by doing that work and diverting that water, the residents on Gardner Circle will be alleviated of the drainage and flooding problems that they've experienced, and it will create just a better situation within Mitchell Woods.
Okay. This is Counselor Dice. Thank you.
Okay, this is President Dominguez. Any other counselor? All right, seeing none. Attorney Lodrigan, I do have one. The general side, number 3, that deals with the proposed Rotary project on William Broad and the grant funding question. What is that project? What is the William?
Yeah, Attorney Jeffrey Londrigan, I'm assuming this is something very early on in the infancy stage, if you will. But the city is looking at replacing that intersection right now. This is the one that's sort of right now at Williams Park, kind of where you come out. There's a Chinese restaurant on one side, GA10, and the courthouse is on the other side. It's got some islands in it if you're kind of taking a left or a right, depending upon what side of William Street you're driving from. And the city is looking at replacing that intersection and light with a rotary. And so this is early on in the
Oh.
process. There is some grant funding available. Director of Public Works needed some assistance in answering a few questions. And so we gave some information to Director Sear. I have no timeline on that. I'm sure it's far in the future, but at least the city is contemplating making that improvement to that intersection.
President Dominguez, thank you very much, Attorney Landrigan. Councilor Sadi.
No, I'm fine. I had the exact same question that the second question Councilor Dice had. Thank you very much, Councilor Sadi.
You're welcome. President Dominguez here. Councilor Booker, did you
Yes,
have a
sir.
question? Okay.
Yes, through you,
Yes.
President Dominguez, to Attorney Landrigan. Currently, there is a hate crime investigation taking place in our city where one of our city leaders has been a target. And I stand for her and all the residents of New London. Do we presently have any policies or procedures that protect the residents of New London against hate crimes?
This is Attorney Jeffrey Landrigan. There's not anything that I'm familiar with on a local level as far as a local ordinance, but obviously there are general statutes passed by the General Assembly that deal with the atrocities that were made towards an elected official, which obviously we're just discussing. So there are state laws in place and certain federal laws as well. There's not anything that I'm aware of on a local level, nor is there anything that I'm aware of that the state has given to a municipality to pass something like that. Typically, those things are preempted by the general statutes that are dealt with by the General Assembly in Hartford.
Thank you very much, Attorney Landrigan.
Okay, this is President Dominguez. Thank you, Councilor Booker. Any other councilor? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Attorney Landrigan, very much.
Thank you.
Yep. At this time, we will go into council committee reports. This evening, we had a finance committee meeting where hearing your voices presented the people's budget. Okay. And at this time, I'm going to go right into Mayor's Office of Communications. Mayor Michael Pastro, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, President Dominguez. Good evening, members of council, staff. Thank you for attending, and members of the community. I want to start first of all by thanking Bishop Watts and the Southeastern Connecticut Ministerial Alliance for hosting our Martin Luther King service. Once again, unfortunately, as with everything that's changed in our lives over the past year, we were not able to be physically together. We were not able to march, but the Shiloh congregation did a really amazing job putting together a virtual celebration of Dr. King's life. So you can find that on Shiloh's YouTube page. For those of you who were unable to attend yesterday and are interested in seeing it. One of the great tragedies of this, amongst many, of this COVID pandemic is the food insecurity. And I'm sure you're all aware, and Alicia McAvey spoke of one of the efforts which has just been a tremendous success, which is the Friday food distribution out of the senior center. We do owe a debt of gratitude to Public Works for helping out there and for helping to facilitate that with the various groups that are engaging in that effort. Also want to point out that St. Mary's, we have partnered with Food Share and the Connecticut Food Bank to begin weekly distributions out of St. Mary's Church. And that's last Friday was the second weekly one, so that'll be every week. We had we partnered with the United Way yesterday for a day of service and distributed, and also the school system put together their meals, prepackaged meals. And United Way, we distribute turkeys, milk, prepackaged meals to families yesterday at Jennings School. The Dairy Express continues every Thursday. That's at the Elks Club. And you know, I just want to thank all of the community partners that have helped step up the work of Jeannie Milstein. I might mention also that the Community Meal Center has been taking care of feeding the homeless hospitality, the guests at the Homeless Hospitality Center and at All Souls. And over the weekend, we had a call on more community partners to help us continue that operation because of the effects on the staff there of the COVID pandemic. So it's just, it's heartwarming to see what an enormous lift everybody is helping out to pull that off. Economic development, our economic development department is continuing their efforts to assist our small businesses in applying for the PPP program through the local banks. We're also distributing our second round of CARES Act CDBG money. That money is being targeted now to businesses that need to pay their utility bills. So that program is underway now. We, you know, as we start to see the light at the end of the tunnel with the, you know, with the vaccination program, we also have to understand that we could be still suffering economically and really socially for many months into the future. The president-elect has, you know, has said we have the darkest days still ahead of us. So we are continuing, you know, we are continuing to just strengthen our efforts and keep up the effort in that way, and realizing that we have many months still to get through. You know, let me just segue into the vaccination program. We have gotten through our fire, our police, public works at this point to get everybody vaccinated on the city staff. The most crucial employees. We have made, our partners have made good progress in our congregate housing, in our high rises and senior apartment houses. And we are, to answer Karen Paul earlier, we are working with Ledge Light now to help our seniors who might be isolated and need help in how to apply. Seniors above age 75 are able to sign up now. But that doesn't mean everybody in our city is capable of doing that or is connected. So those efforts right now, we're segueing to look into getting that done. And of course, that's also going to be a community effort. You know, if you know a neighbor of yours that hasn't managed to be able to get an appointment yet, or follow the process to get an appointment, or needs rides to get an appointment, we are organizing that through our Human Services Department, Jeannie Milstein, and Marina up at the Senior Center. So just get us the contact information for people that need help. And so there'll be more of that, more information on that front. Senator Blumenthal came to town last Friday to visit one of our businesses, Cultured AF, and it was to promote the PPP program. Cultured is a great partner in the city, and a success story of one, you know, of both our pop-up program and a young entrepreneur who is got a great new startup business, has bounced back, and is not going to let the pandemic diminish her and her family's dreams for this small business that they have going, which fits in perfectly with the economics of the city and our cultural, the cultural and arts sector of our economy. On that front, we are pursuing forming a cultural district in the city. This is enabling legislation that passed the legislature last year, and there'll be a community forum on that this coming Thursday. I think it is the 21st anyway, if I got the day of the week wrong, January 21st from 4 to 5 p.m. There'll be a community discussion on the formation of a cultural district in New London. a good deal of buzz and excitement over this. It will deliver some benefits, funding benefits for our arts and cultural sector of the economy in New London. And we're being supported by that through the Southeastern Connecticut Cultural Coalition and Wendy Berry and our local Arts Council. I do want to give a great deal of express my gratitude for the work of the Public Safety Policy Review Committee. I think when they signed up and John McKnight signed up, they believed they could get their work done in 2 or 3 months. It ended up taking more like 6 or 7 months, but they really did a good job. This group met weekly. They studied all of these issues that surfaced this past summer regarding policing and how we police in our community and how we're spending our resources. They studied these issues diligently, and the report they gave out is very comprehensive. I believe it's something that we can move on. I believe it's actions that we can take today to move our efforts forward to build a more just and equitable system in New London. So that report's out, it's available, and I think it's already been mentioned today that there's a community forum on that Thursday. So we do hope that you'll all join us there. The committee wants to hear the community's feedback on their findings and on their report. And then the report has already been given to the City Council, but President Dominguez, it should be officially accepted for the record at the next meeting. I'm happy to start working with this council on those recommendations. So make sure to, that terrible incident this past Thursday with the president of the Board of Ed, the hate crime. Our detectives are working on that diligently. We won't rest until we find the persons responsible for that heinous crime. And we certainly want to make sure that in this city, that type of behavior is roundly condemned, and we want to send a message that it's absolutely not tolerated. And I think I shared my personal sympathies with President Mosley, and I think the whole community has, and I'm proud to say that without an exception, we all stand with her and against that horrible act, and it certainly does not reflect New London. I want to touch. I think the presentation was quite remarkable, and the passion that Hearing Youth Voices shows towards these issues has certainly helped to to push this discussion. And it was the reason their demands were the reason that I formed this committee to help us review our policing and our distribution of resources in this city. So that discussion is ongoing. They should not think that we haven't heard them and we're not working towards their goals. I think we all share the same goals. But certainly when it comes to budgeting and dividing scarce resources amongst all of our needs, it's difficult and it's subject to debate. And there will be a very robust public debate. I anticipate during this round of budget deliberations in April. I hope to produce a budget that reflects what our community, our city is looking for. There's one point that I really feel strongly about, though. we're working very hard to increase our revenues, to increase our resources so that we have more resources to devote to the needs that we have in this city. I just don't believe that we should be left, as we have for decades and decades, fighting amongst ourselves for the crumbs that are left for us. I believe that one of the greatest inequities in our state right now is the inequities that are put on our cities to provide the social services for the surrounding towns. One fact that I've become painfully aware of during this fight over the revenues at the state pier is that when you add up the value of the tax exemptions that the state has generously given out on the back of our city's residents, it adds up to $30 million. So, councilors, can you imagine if we had $30 more million to work with in this city come April 1st? So, for instance, the hospital, which by the way is a great partner and an amazing asset to this city, but it's also an amazing asset to the whole region. You know, the ambulances don't just go to the hospital from New London, right? You know, in Waterford and Montville and Old Lyme and Groton, they all, but yet none of those towns bear any of the burden of the tax exemption that's given to the hospital properties in the city. And I don't mean to single them out. The social services we support in New London provide services to the whole region. We're very proud of supporting those agencies, and we're very proud of the job that we all do working together to provide those services to the region. But all the cost of all of that is on the backs of only the people of the city of New London. And that's, I think, the fight we have to undertake. And the state has taken it to a ridiculous level when they've taken the tax value of the state pier and they've spread it out amongst the whole state. It's mostly going to benefit affluent waterfront communities throughout the state, the revenues from the Connecticut Port Authority, and it's going to benefit two of the hugest energy corporations in the world, one of which is foreignly owned, is owned by a foreign government. So we have to also focus on these inequities because that, I believe, is where the resources, the real resources are, that is, that has marginalized this city and all of us in this city economically. So I'll get off my soapbox, but the bottom line is I think we share the goals, and I think we can have a debate on the best way to get to those goals. And I'm ready to share the enthusiasm of hearing youth voices to try to demand justice for all of the people in the city of New London, as far as being starved of resources and not being able to provide our people with the services that we deserve. And that said, I just want to point out one other thing, that I'm hoping that despite the pandemic, we are still growing our revenues in this city. I won't have those numbers for a little while, for some weeks yet, but those are the numbers I use to be able to increase the budget, to increase our spending. That has allowed us to do things like, when I took over, we had no presence whatsoever in human services. And Efren was one of the counselors still here. I don't know if anybody else was. I think Councilor Sadai was. I needed the council support and the committee and the community support to create that human services position. It's been enormously successful. And that's what we'll be building on now as we move forward to address these issues of health disparities and providing opportunities to our children, our educational opportunities to our children that they haven't been fairly getting, et cetera, et cetera. So I won't go on much longer. I've taken up a lot of your time, President Dominguez. I'm happy to take any questions if I've left out something, a pressing issue that I haven't touched on. I didn't mean to. Fire away if you have any questions.
That's okay. This is President Dominguez. Any other councilors have any questions for the mayor to address? Councilor Dice, go ahead.
This is Councilor Dice, and I just want to acknowledge on the report that you received, Mayor Passero, and this is from the New London Fire Marshal Annual Report and the Fire Department. And the reason why I wanted to shine a little light on that is that it's just important that we acknowledge that the chief ended up opening up the COVID pandemic spot to help people that didn't have transitional house, a house to stay in. And I'm just so excited with the fact that that this report comes out every year. I remember last year seeing this report, and it just showcased what our fire department does. And I just wanted to make sure that was pinpointing that people may want to take a moment to look at what's being done. Chief Curcio is our emergency person and has been doing a fine job. I just want to put it out there. So also, Mayor, because I had to step away from the computer for a second, I just want to acknowledge that the Port Laureate, we're still looking for a Port Laureate. They have been, I wanted to get out there, letting people know that if it's not written down, it hasn't happened. And what a wonderful way to express what's going on. And we're looking for poets out here to apply for this position. And I just want to make sure that everyone knows about it, and just want to say thank you to the committee who's been spearheading it. So unfortunately, Mayor, I'm actually using your time to do this and to say thank you, because you was a part of making it happen 3 years ago. So I'm glad that this is still continuing on. And then one more thing, this is Councilor Dice. I want to say is that as we talk about social service agencies out there, the community block grant has closed. January 8th is when we took the application. And so we're getting ready to review all the application, but Citizen Advisory Committee, we do have 2 openings there. So just want you guys to be aware, we are looking for people. And thank you, Mayor, for stepping forward and moving ahead. This was Councilor Dice speaking.
If folks don't realize, the Citizen Advisory Committee is very important commission. They determine how we distribute our CDBG funding allocation every year. And that is the principal means by which we fund quite a few of our social services that we provide in the city from that federal HUD grant money. So that's a great commission to get involved in. We have some young people in the meeting tonight that want to get involved, and that's terrific. And that is, I couldn't think of a more effective place to be active to help distribute the resources that we do have. So thanks for mentioning that, Riona.
This is President Dominguez. Thank you. Yes, Councilor Sadi, go ahead.
Yeah, so just not sure if you forgot or not, but I think there was a retirement that took place this week of Tom Buckholt after 37 years of wonderful service. And unless I missed it, I'd like to congratulate him and thank him from the city of New London for his wonderful years of service. Tom is a great friend and was a great firefighter, and I'm sure will be sadly missed. Thank you very much, Councilor Sadi.
I did miss that. Thank you, Councilor Sadi. That would have been an egregious error on my part. And as a matter of fact, my first day on the job was I shared it with Tom Buckholt. We started together on the job. He made it to the end. There is a mandatory retirement age in the fire department of 65 years old. And out of the 3 people that started the day, myself, Tom Buckle and retired firefighter John Fargo. Tom is the only one that made it to the mandatory retirement age of 65. So congratulate him for years of service to the city.
Okay, this is President Dominguez. Thank you. All right, seeing no other counselor, we will proceed. Thank you, Mayor Pastoral, for everything. Thank you very much. All right, at this time, President Pro Tem Natsatsas, consent agenda.
This is President Pro Temp Murtadas, the consent agenda, that the consent agenda proposal set forth at the regular meeting of January 19th, 2021 are either 1, accepted for the record, 2, referred to committee named, 3, waived from committee to be acted on as proposed, and 4, consented to as proposed. Can I get a second?
Counselor Sadi will second that motion.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Sadi. President Dominguez. Right. All right, so again, make sure, call it out, whichever one you want to pull, okay? All right. All right, 7.1, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. All right, 8.0, new business. 8.1.
Call, Counselor Sadi.
Thank you, Councilor Sadi. Okay. All right, 8.2.
Paul, Councilor Booker.
Thank you, Councilor Booker. Okay, 8.3. There's no appointments, and I will poll 10.0 executive session, President Dominguez. All right, 11.0 is adjournment. Go ahead, President Pro Tem Natsatsas.
All items having the unanimous support of the City Council are hereby adopted with a single roll call vote. The motions are seconded, the chair calls the roll, and the chair declares the motions to be unanimously voted and adopted. Can I get a second?
Councilor
Seconded
Booker.
by Counselor Sadi.
All right, Councilor Booker has seconded it. Thank you very much. Okay, go ahead, City Clerk Ayala, roll call, please.
Counselor Booker Jr.,
Yes.
Counselor Dice,
Yes.
Counselor Burke,
Yes.
President Dominguez,
Yes.
President Pro Tem Natsatsas,
Yes.
Counselor Sadi,
Yes.
Counselor Goodwin,
Councilor,
Yes.
yeah, thank you, sir.
okay, 7 yes.
Okay, thank you very much. All right. Again, President Dominguez, make sure, councilors, that you move it to Cam, and then we get a second, and then you may proceed. All right. So at this time, I'm going to call on Councilor Sadi. Go ahead, sir.
I'd like to move 8.1 to Cam.
Counselor Dice, second.
Okay.
Building Resilient Infrastructure and Committee Grant, CAM, the City Council hereby resolves and authorizes the mayor to apply for funding in the amount of $112,500 under the fiscal year 2020 Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities Grant, with a required grant match of 25% coming from previously approved funding in the Housing and Community Development Fund, and proceeds from this sale of Parcel J for the purpose of funding costs and project scoping to mitigate hazards at the banks, Bank Street and South Water Street locations, and to sign any other documents necessary and incidental to effectuating said grant. Through you, Council President, to Budget Director McBride. Director McBride, my understanding is that this is a $150,000 grant, and that we are required to put together $37,500 as our match to this grant.
This is
that
Director Epperly. That is correct.
Yeah, and as the CAM states, it previously appropriated funding. Could you explain what that means?
Yes, that was funding, and I believe Director Reyes will have more information because this relates to parcel J, which was prior to my time. So if Director Reyes would like to add some commentary, I would appreciate that.
Sure, absolutely. So Councilor Sadi, you were actually on the previous council where we had the revenue from parcel J. We set up an economic development fund to be used to match grants or create grants for our small businesses or nonprofits. So we have a few dollars left in there, and we're using a portion of that previously fund allocation, and including the Housing and Community Development Fund. We're going to put those together enough to get us to that 37,500 to get this study done.
And could you explain what this grant is going to be used for?
Absolutely. I'm glad you asked that. So for the when I first took the job about 3 years ago, Mayor Passero was working with the city planner and the University of Connecticut on creating a design that would help mitigate sea level rise on South Water Street. So as you know, a lot of the buildings, if you're on a train on Amtrak and you see the backs of Bank Street, the back side of that, those commercial buildings are essentially obsolete. It's very difficult to have those developed because of the sea level rise, in the flood zone that it's currently in. So to help mitigate that in the future, UConn has been working with the city and the city central district as well, CCD, on creating designs that will use either public, private, or a combination to create, whether it's berms or something architectural or structural that will protect it in a case of a flood, that South Water Street and Bank Street are protected in the future. So this is step one. Now that we have a concept, FEMA, we're looking for FEMA to give us a grant to do the engineering studies, to take those concepts to reality where we understand what are going to be the cost. That's the first phase. And the second phase after those studies are done is to go after larger grants to actually have the work done, similar to how we do some DOT work and road improvements in the city.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions. This is Councilor Sadi.
Yeah, this is President Dominguez. Thank you, Councilor Sadi. Any other councilor? Any discussion on this item? Okay, seeing none. All right, let's vote on it. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say nay. Okay, the motion carries. Thank you. At this time, I'll call on Councilor Booker.
Move the CAM.
Councilor Sadi, I'll second that motion.
Section 8-24, referral municipal marina lot improvements pursuant to General Statute 8-24, the city council hereby refers to the certain proposed improvements to the municipal marina lot, aka municipal parking lot number 4, 267 Pequot Avenue, to the City of New London Planning and Zoning Commission for a report on said potential improvements. Through you, President Dominguez, to Director Sears. Oh, I'm sorry, Director Reyes. Yeah. Director Reyes, one of the questions that came to my mind during this reading with the CAM is, what impact will this project have on the environment? And what is the plan for the disposal of the waste generated by remodeling this parking lot area? And are there opportunities for recycling and reducing the carbon footprint of this project?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. Perspective. So just quickly, I want to add that this is a project that has involved the residents and the businesses around that will be affected by the improvements made to this lot. The Carrie Red from the New London Parking Authority is spearheading the effort. And all the things that you mentioned, Mr. Booker, is exactly what we're going through now, right? We've had workshops with our Planning and Zoning Commission, commissioner and members of my staff, members of public utilities, to talk about the environmental impact, stormwater management, lighting, trespass fencing, vegetation, sustainable ideas. All of these are all part of, I guess, the feedback that we've had. This first step really is to kind of get planning and zoning on board to understand that this is a good use of that parcel to expand for the needs of that business district. And that's what the 824 is for. But yes, we are absolutely looking at all those concerns that you brought up to put a sustainable plan, both financially and environmentally, for this project.
And Director Reyes.
So the plan is not,
I'm sorry.
so the plan is not done yet. Yeah, the plan is not done yet. Right now, we have it up into, we have it at concept, where now we're doing walkthroughs. I know the mayor's is planning walkthroughs with the residents. So once we get that, I believe the engineers, the next phasing is really trying to figure out all those details that you mentioned. But all of that is mentioned and on the table as part of the design scope.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification, because that was part of my second question as well. And also another question that came to my mind, Director Reyes, is it is stated in the proposal that there are public safety concerns with evidence of people living in the wooded area surrounding the parking lot. What is being done to address this concern?
Yeah, so a couple of things. Anytime with parking, number one is lighting, right? And it's a twofold approach. It's making sure that the drivers are safe, feel safe, that there are no dark spots, because that creates a level of folks feeling intimidated, and allowing for criminal activity, but also balancing that level so there's no lighting trespass to the neighbors as well. No one wants lighting to go into their living room. So it is a delicate balance of lighting, making sure that's right. And also there's talks about making sure that there's emergency kiosks, which are essentially kind of a designated area where someone can call the police. Things similar what you see on college campuses. And I don't know the name of it. I don't know if Brian or someone can at Sears can.
A blue light station.
Yep, the blue light.
Okay.
Yep. So those are two things that are going to that will specifically address safety concerns.
Well, thank you very much, Director Reyes. This is Councilor Booker. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. This is President Dominguez. Councilor, I'm sorry, hold on. Mayor Pastor, did you want to add something? Because I saw your hand. Or
well, I can give the councilors. I'll wait and see what kind of questions they have.
Okay.
We spent a lot of time with the residents here. You know, obviously they, you know, there's a number of properties that their backyards border this lot. It's really in pretty disgraceful shape. We have public safety concerns not only in the lot, but also down on the street. The traffic congestion, the parking in that area at the height of the season. It's become a very successful business district for us, the Marina District there. If you notice, the businesses are really investing in their properties with awnings, outside dinings. And the marinas have been very popular. So we only see this as growing, which is good for us, but it can also impact the quality of life in that neighborhood for the people who live there. So we think that by approving the attractiveness of this parking lot, we can invite a lot of that traffic up into a nicely designed parking lot. There's going to be a lot of environmental improvements. If you go up there, it's really disgraceful. Most of the vegetation is invasive species. We have bamboo that is taking over the whole northern boundary of the lot, and it's starting to invade the residents' yards there. There's some other invasive species that's on the west side of it. The drawing in your packet, by the way, is being modified based on discussions with neighbors. I did a walkthrough with the neighbors on Sunday. We're trying to make this a collaboration that improves this amenity for that neighborhood.
Thank you. This is President Dominguez. Councilor Goodwin, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Council President. The mayor just answered one of my questions, which was in terms of the collaboration and our conversation with the neighbors that are affected in that area. Director Reyes had mentioned the blue safety lights or those devices, and I was just curious, what other areas of New London do we have those?
None that I know of. I don't know if anybody from the PD is on the call this evening.
And is that something that we're going to look into in terms of safety throughout New London? It just brought up an interesting point of something that could help us in our conversation on public safety and technology and resources.
This is the first time I've heard it brought up. I believe it was the Mr. Red, the parking authority director's suggestion to put a blue light up there. I think it's because of the remoteness of this particular lot. We're also looking at putting cameras up there. Right now the lighting consists of high-level street lights, which leave shadows in some places. There's light trespass into some of the neighbors' yards, and so we think we can greatly improve that with a modern designed lighting feature. So there's just a lot of things going into it. But to answer your question about that, it's the first time I've heard of this concept. So it's always great to have a pilot to see how it works. I think this is a unique property because it's so remote, sort of off the beaten path up there, tucked away.
Got it, understood. I would implore us to look more into that. I definitely think that idea of safety and technology and the leverage of that resource is a commodity that we should actually look into as we develop on a robust plan for public safety and redirecting those resources. I think that is a light, no pun intended, that we should follow. Director Reyes, you also had mentioned, or through you, Council President, to the Director, you had mentioned next steps. So I was curious for everyone that's listening, what are those next steps? Are there any other chances for residents to get involved? Does this come back to Council? You had mentioned the next step of going to planning and zoning. What happens subsequently?
Yeah, so planning and zoning takes it on as an 824. So they make essentially a recommendation to the council that yes, this is a thumbs up, thumbs down, pretty much vote for them for us to move forward. With that approval, there's it belongs to the city already. So just by ordinance and property, we always have to do an 824 before moving something forward. So after that 824, and Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe there's nothing that goes back to council. This then gets developed to the point where a site plan goes to the planning and zoning commission, I believe, unless we have to go back to
Felix, it'll come back to council in the form of a final. Yeah, that the council will have the final say whether we pull the trigger and go ahead with this. So it's going to council planning and zoning first decides whether it meets the plan of conservation and development, and then it will. I believe it also needs a coastal site plan review. Felix, that's up your angle there. So.
That's further down. That's further down the road.
During the site plan.
That's for planning and doing the site plan review, correct?
So we'll be looking for planning and zoning to come back to send council a letter saying, up or down.
We have not been able to live normal lives because of the virus, and now it's even worse. Washington,
That's true.
Yeah, in the park. So what one thing I should add in here though, Felix, is that we're under a really tight time frame because either we get this project completed by June 1st, July 1st, whatever we can negotiate with the users of this lot. We don't want to impact their business. If we can't meet that tight time frame, we're going to have to boot the project down to. We have to go through another summer with it the way it is, and boot the project down the road until a start in, say, October or so. So that's the fallback, and we're looking to get a one contractor. What do you call that bid that we're looking, how we're going to put it out to RFP, Felix?
Design build.
Yeah, design build contract. So we'll put it out to RFP and ask a contractor to give us a maximum price for doing the whole project.
Got it. Thank you, Mayor. That answered my question in terms of timing as well, with the summer closely approaching. But thank you. This sounds like it should be a great project for that area. So I look forward to seeing it. Thanks.
Yes, thank you. This is President Dominguez. Any other counselor? Any further discussion on this? All right, seeing none. All right, let's proceed to vote on. Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
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 All those opposed, say nay. Okay, the motion 8.2, right, municipal area lot improvements carries. All right, at this time, I'm gonna pull, well, that's me, executive session, move to Cam.
Second by President Pro Tem Hurtado.
Thank you. The city council will meet in executive session with members of the City Office of Development and Planning, members of the Finance Department, the Executive Director of RCDA, members of the city's Recreation Department, members of the Law Director's Office, and or representatives of the Mayor's Office to discuss feasibility estimates and evaluations made for the city relative to the acquisition of property for the location of a community center. As such, discussions are exempt pursuant to General Statute 1-200, parentheses 6, parentheses letter E, and 1-210, section B, 7. Right. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. All right, so we will go into executive session and then we'll be back hopefully shortly.
How do we get there?
They're
How do
gonna, they're gonna, you'll see it. You gotta
Okay.
click on that. Make sure you click on join.
No
At this
coffee was
moment,
given.
no coffee was given or hot chocolate. All right, so let's have Councilor Booker, can you give us the motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Can I have a second? Second from Councilor Goodwin. All right, all those in favor, say aye.
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 All those opposed, say nay. All right, this meeting has been adjourned at 10:42 p.m.
Have a
Good night,
great night,
everyone.
everyone.
All right, take care, guys.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.